Let's actually do this. We'll put SPY here. We'll put QQQ here. So SPY is still underneath yesterday's low, even with this big pump in the Qs, which is kind of interesting to me. Sesame. Semis are still squeezing to the highs. QQQ, I'm gonna go for a gap fill. What are 651s? Let's actually go for 650 puts on the Qs. 0 DTE. Let's see what that is. 650 put is at 40 cents right now. I'm gonna take a starter position. I'm just trying to get everything situated here. Come on. This is wild price action, your semis. Absolutely insanity. Insanity, for sure. All right, guys. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna take a starter in the Qs. 650s are still kind of expensive up here. 40 cents. SPY's really lagging. Intel's still moving. Because I did jump into some QQQ puts there. Half a position at 40 cents. It's risky. Half a position at 40 cents. S&P really starting to drain here. So once again, semis are eating up everything, guys. Semis are eating up everything. All right, and I think, honestly, I mean, hey, good morning. Good morning, Supreme Leader. I think I'm going to do a risky business trade here. Double up my SOXX position. That's crazy. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, I'm success position. This is going to be really big, unfortunately. But this move has just gone ridiculous. Starting to see a little bit of selling in some individual names. Your US dollar is trying to perk up a little bit. Guys, I literally just basically full ported a big chunk of my cash into SOXS. I usually am not this concentrated, but when these euphoric moves happen, similarly that we did this in IGV when it was getting pummeled, well now I'm basically full ported my cash in SOXS, guys. SPY being drained here. SPY is being drained. Marvell's starting to come in a little bit. I'm in puts. I'm in puts. I took 6. So we're at a stage where the market is euphoric with semis, and you're in an environment where the pullback is going to come in semiconductors, and it's going to drag everything down. So taking put options, I'm going to keep swinging lottos off this area. We did it yesterday. We made 800% on this decline. I'm doing it again in Qs. I'm in 650 puts because when the decline comes, it's going to be big. And you don't have to risk a lot to make, you know, $1,000 or sorry, 1,000% or so. Seeing the US dollar trying to uptick a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you can't chase. I mean, they may keep the markets elevated up here, but semis are just ridiculous, guys. I mean, when they come in, it's going to be a fat turn and reversal. And it could be today. It seems like there's a bit of a blow-off move in SOXX. I mean, look at this move. It's wild. One of the largest moves I've ever seen in these semis. Intel has a little bit of softening, not much. Semis are still trying to show their strength. QQQ still pushing higher. You got Amazon up 2, Tesla up 1.8, Meta's kind of flat to positive. You are seeing some distribution in your S&P, guys. Healthcare seeing a little bit of selling. Financials are seeing some sell side pressure. Qs are still trying to rip. All right, I'll add to my QQQ puts around 20 cents, or around just a pierce of 20 cents I'll add. And honestly, guys, I mean, it's a Friday. They like to crush the VIX. There's a chance we don't get a pullback. They could keep us. I'm favoring a big reversal down, but there's always a chance they keep this market buoyant to the upside. Um, and then maybe come Monday, there's a gap down or something. But usually blow off moves see reversals down intraday. So I'm going to keep playing these. Seeing Marvell, that's giving up the majority of its gains, starting to come in slightly. What else we got going on here? Semis are still holding steady here. QQQ now seeing a little bit of selling. Yields are green. UVXY is actually green. That's pretty crazy. Service now, that's got a little bit of a bounce, up a couple percent. Intel still holding strength and structure. S&P certainly looks weak. This could be one little massive head and shoulders pattern on SPY. Obviously, it hasn't triggered, but I mean, you got quite a ways down to the neckline if it were to break down. SOXX is still trying to push here. Apple's rolled over, gone negative. Google rolled over, gone negative. Holly took a May 22nd 150 put on Marvell. Looks good to me. Qs, they're cheap, man. These lottos are cheap, guys. This is how you can make a shit ton. If you're gonna play zeros, though, just understand what you're willing to risk. Don't full port, but I mean, these QQQ 650s are pretty cheap. If we get the rollover that I think is coming, you're uh, you're gonna get paid an easy 1,000%er, guys. You know, we're in an environment where semis are too parabolic that they're gonna come in. They're gonna come in hard, and when they come in, it's gonna force the Qs down. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see the NASDAQ gap and crack today. Marvell has just gone negative. Still quite a bit of weakness, man. Again, if you're not taking lotto puts, I mean, that's the risk to reward. This is an epic opportunity, guys. Epic. I was looking at it last night. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. Yeah, I would never chase price up here. That's fucking lunacy. 18 days up on SOXX, new records being shattered. And it's not just, you know, a 0.5% gain here or 0.25%. I mean, every fucking candle has been averaging over 2 to 3%. Unsustainable. Unsustainable. Just lunacy, man. And they love to do these fucking pumps. Actually, that's a good point. I'm going to protect that GME trade with profits, guys. We are in the money, obviously up nicely on the trade. So I'm going to put a stop loss on those GMEs. Let's see, what can I do here? We are seeing some few semis starting to break down, guys. You got Broadcom AVGO rolling over, gapping and cracking. That is a market leader. You got Marvell, negative, gapping and cracking. That is a market leader, guys. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA right now is still strong. Micron, still strong, but looks to be gapping and cracking. AMD, still super duper strong. This is a big fucking fat short AMD too, guys. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Anyways, sorry for my language, but don't be surprised for these stocks to come in really, really hard. All right, our GME, July's 28th. All right, semis, guys, going to start to roll here. The big question is, does some of the semiconductor liquidity rotate into software? Right now, Microsoft strong, Amazon, Meta, Tesla are all green, so there's a chance that they could rotate. I expect that still due to the saturation, if these semis gap and crack or come in, it's going to weigh this market down, but look at this GME trade. So yeah, I would just protect the GME trade if you're long. That's all I can say. Why are their contracts so freaking high though? That's crazy. Marvell getting slapped. Semis are getting slapped again, coming in pretty sharply here. It's probably going to hit the Qs and SPY. Tough for the market to stay elevated with semis starting to roll over, guys. Oh, fuck, I was looking. Marvell's down 1.61%, looking pretty heavy here. Market's still holding up A-okay though. Market is holding steady. Semis are obviously a little bit of a dip, trying to lose its pre-market low. Intel has a bit of a distribution top wick forming. Marvell is looking nasty right now. That ticker's coming in hard. Yeah, your Marvell puts Polly are probably perking up quite nicely since it's gapped up, gone red. Hmm. They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and trying. Software is still holding steady, guys. So it does seem that although capital is starting to sell and take profit in your semiconductors, it does seem like the Qs are holding up relatively well with the sell-off that's happening in semis off the highs here. But I think that capital is definitely looking for a rotationary trend right now. So it's not outright fleeing the market. So the indices are kind of staying somewhat elevated here. That being said, if they gap and crack, this market won't be able to hold steady. What's interesting is you have your IWM that just went negative, guys. The Dow is negative. SPY is still at 0.29, but the NASDAQ has a huge differential spread between Qs and SPY. Qs are up 1.24, basically a whole percentage outpacing the S&P 500 right now. Super impressive. Super duper impressive. All right, Marvell coming in hard now, down 2%. You're seeing semis, Texas Instruments, that's now down 2.7. Obviously, they had massive days yesterday. Financials are still showing some weakness. XLF is down 0.5%. That could also be another indication. Other sectors, guys, the majority of the market is red right now. You got all sectors of the market red except for XLK and XLY. Every sector is red. This market's going to crumble. Relative strength is not there today. Only complete saturation from these semis. Oh, what I wanted to look at here was, let's take a look at this spread. SOXX divided by IGV. It hit a new record high today as well. SOXX divided by SPY. What a freaking move up. Look how stretched we are from the 7-day moving average on the spread. That is just wild. All right, semis are coming in pretty big. Pretty big. Chop it down, baby. Drop it. Drop it down. Guys, these semis are gonna get cooked. We're gonna see a massive rollover in these semis. SOXX looks like it's gonna go gap and crack, guys. This is starting to have that snowball effect. People are all gonna get liquidated here. I think they finally probably stopped out a lot of shorts today. They probably just blew up some margin accounts, people that were full porting margin. And honestly, I literally put in so much of my cash today, a large chunk of my cash into SOXX. Like a little bit irresponsible. Picked up at 13.56, so we'll see what happens. Marvell's starting to see more weakness. AMD, guys, still up 12%. That is wild, man. Wild. Like AMD's chart is just crazy, crazy, crazy. Look at that. I mean, if this isn't a blow-off move, then I don't know what is. I really don't. How are all these other ones? I mean, Intel as well. I mean, look at this move in Intel. That's freaking filthy. Crazy. Nvidia still just chopping consolidation. Look at these semis rolling heavy. They see me rolling. They hating, patrolling and trying to catch me. Getting drained here, guys. Marvell is getting drained. Holy smokes. Marvell coming in hard here. Hot and heavy, baby. Hot and heavy. Look at this daily chart, guys. This daily chart is wild on your semis. You know, a move today could take you all the way down to 425 on your SOXX. How crazy would that be? That would be cool. Even just if we do a retrace from this bullish gap up, we're looking at 435 on your semis. Hmm. Oh, Polly, your Marvell puts are paying. Yeah, it's a rare move. I mean, literally, I put 10% of my portfolio up there. Don't get me wrong, like I I was down on my short, you know, um, because this last little bit here has gone just bonkers. But basically, yeah, I mean, we just added to SOXX. I put a big chunk at 1356 of my port, you know, and SOXX is now perking up, already up 7% on 10% cash. So we'll see. I think we still got more downside to come. Puts are also waking up here, guys. Huge, big time. You know, these moves provide a lot of opportunity. Although they've burned probably so much people shorting, these parabolic euphoric moves, it's like car. Car paid nicely, big time. That was euphoric, right? SOXX, same kind of setup, euphoric. And don't get me wrong, I mean, semis are still probably going to catch a big bid once once we back test some key levels, but we should go quite a ways down. We should. This market is resilient, guys, so although we're setting up for a potential gap and crack, yeah, you still got these names, Intel, strong, you still got Nvidia green, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Tesla, Netflix, all green. Still a lot of strength in this tape, a ton of strength. All right, so markets are still trying to get a bounce here. You can see how these semis are still ruthless. I wonder, 8% down move? I wonder, we got a lot of time. So even the weekly candle, I mean, the weekly low for SOX, guys, is down here, 412. Even if you were to engulf this weekly low here, I mean, that's wild. 412 is your weekly low. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But you can see a big dip buy already coming in. There's still a tough short, even with the parabolicness. People are buying dips for sure. So you can see the indices are still fighting here. Qs are still up 1%. Nice. You Renzer saw up 100%, took it immediately. Good job. Nice. Yeah, it's not bad. Nice decline on IONQ. That's seeing some more follow through to the downside. Nike's green today. SoFi's flat. China stocks are seeing a little bit of strength today. Uranium nuclear under pressure. SMCI still having a good day. Rocket Labs also red. What? How is LIDR up 57%? What the hell happened here, guys? Why'd no one tell me? Holy moly. That's crazy. These LiDAR stocks, Ouster, not as big of a move, but what the heck happened to LIDR? That's wild. I didn't get to do much of my pre-market scans today, so I really don't know what news is out there. I was busy signing paperwork at the lawyers. AMD still beast mode, so I'm not even aware of what's news headlines. I know there are a few companies report earnings, but all right, QQQ is still coming in. Oh, cool. Give it a request. Markets are still holding steady. Holding steady. Semis, big bounce. You can see that bounce, guys. They're still ridiculously strong, these semiconductors. You got your DXY rolling over slightly to the downside. Russell 2000 is still negative. Bitcoin negative. Natural gas keeps on getting drained, man. I hope people have stayed away from that gas. That thing is dead. Bitcoin, crude oil is still down 1.71. The Dow is still struggling. Interesting to see the Dow struggling with crude oil still remaining weak on the session. But I mean, crude oil is above the short-term daily chart moving averages, so it's always a concern. There's a massive weakness in the S&P is definitely going negative today. I mean, the structure is setting up for a massive breakdown. Come on, semis, give us a gap and crack. Give it to us. Give it to us. Give it to us. What are these 0 DTEs on the SOXX? Maybe I'll take a... I'm so heavy in SOXX, but SOXX puts, I guess, a 0 DTE gap and crack. I might take something here, guys. I might take a 436 0 DTE put on SOXX. This is the first little bounce, so let's see what those are worth right now. 430. They only have. Let's do a 437.50 put. They don't even have the chain open properly here. This is how you know they're probably gonna crush the SOXX, is because I'm looking at 437.50 put. The ask is $1.65. Do not pay that, guys. Do not pay that. 440s. Okay, 440s. What about 450s? Where are we at? 445. 30-cent bid, 75-cent ask. The spread is still so wide on these semis, so I'm going to jump into a Lotto SOXX put as well, SOXX, but I'm just trying to wait for this initial IV to roll off and the spread to kind of narrow a bit. Or I just stick to the Qs. Because we all know the NASDAQ basically is SOXX at this point. The saturation is huge. All right, we're seeing a little bit of weakness in software starting to creep back into the mix. Still have strength in Amazon. Obviously, Microsoft's still green. But IGV is starting to give up some of their gains here. All right, guys, I'm going to take a 435. 435 SOXX put. Super risky. Right now it's at 25 cents. Big bid-ask spread, but the mid is 25. Not liking these spreads as much. Let's see. Nah, fuck it. I'm just gonna stick to the Qs. I don't like the spreads in SOXX right now. I'll stick with shares in SOXX, but the options chain is not really the nicest. I'll stick with the Qs. It's actually holding up relatively well, guys. Relatively well. It is holding. Holding steady. Come on, guys. You can't keep it up here unless you're printing COVID money again. You can see the semis are still full beast mode. Nice drop in quantum today. Some individual software names are starting to roll. Energy's weak. QuantumScape seeing some sell side. Yeah, Poet's still up 7%. Tesla just rolled over, guys. That's starting to see some selling. Western Union down 12. Oh, I like Western Union. That's a big drop on earnings. WU. Wow, back. Ooh, this is interesting. So we traded this one long off literally the sub $8 area. Made a nice little profit when we spiked. Then we shorted it. Some put options. Now, damn, I wish I saw that. I'm gonna put an alert here for Western Union. Interesting. What else? That LiDAR is a beast. MXL. Wow. That's wild. That is crazy. Ondas today is also seeing a little bit of distribution. How's the rest of the drone complex? UMAC coming in. DPRO coming in. Nice move on HIMS today. Nice move. How's healthcare doing? UNH. UNH still holding. CNC still holding. How's MOH? It's making a nice move off the lows. REGN, Regeneron. So Qs are still holding up, guys. Market semis are still holding up. Jeez. That's crazy. These semis just don't want to go down. Look at them. Wild. Looks like SOXX is going for another new high sweep. Crazy, eh? Crazy bounce. Qs are going for another high test. What a move on the semis. They are strong, that's for sure. Intel still holding majority of its gains. Marvell, big bounce. Here it comes. Looks like they want to try to retest the highs and sweep all the shorts again. Unlimited money for semis, guys. Unlimited money. It's quite crazy. Nvidia moving up 1.5%. Apple's your only mag that's red. Russell 2000 is still red. Oil starting to curl slightly lower. Semiconductors are still trying to push here, guys. They are crazy. 1.29. Semis are still trying to pump and jump here. Wild. All right, markets are still trying to push higher here. Crude oil and the dollar are starting to roll over, guys. So it's not an easy short on this market with this strength, but the risk to reward still favors a move down. But like I said, they may keep it green here on the Friday. There's always that chance, especially on the VIX Crush Friday. SPY still holding steady. Software still holding steady. Yeah, SNDK almost 1,000. It's a beast. All those DRAM memory names are just crazy, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Wow, Department of Justice is expected to drop its criminal investigation into Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell as of today. Or as soon as today. Ah, the market will like that. So, Trump no longer going after Powell. I actually like Powell. I don't know how I feel about this Kevin Warsh guy. listen to a few more speeches on him, but I guess he's going to be one of the richest Federal Reserve, potentially one of the richest Fed chair that there have ever been. So, I mean, fuck, if he's got 100 million in assets, I think he's trying to divest right now, but if he's chair and he's got millions and millions and millions in equities, stocks, options, bonds, I mean, you know he's going to be a big pumper for the market. So that's an interesting catalyst to watch. If he gets in, man, he's going to be pro stocks. You know what that means? All right, still a little bit of weakness under the hood of this market, but semis tech still holding steady. Mega cap tech still loving life. Russell trying to climb back to the green side. What else is moving? Let's scroll through the S&P. Newmont Mining, nice move there, up 6.6. AMD still a monster. Holy. Oracle struggling today. That's down 1.39. Interesting. Cisco's down. ARM is up 11.7. Yeah, banks are struggling. Capital One is down. JPM down still. I'm scrolling through this. Ooh, Stoneco down 16%. Brazilian miner here. What the hell's that? I haven't looked at this stock in a while. STNE? Wow, what the heck happened here? Oof. Brazil equity getting clapped. What's the news on this guy? STNE. It's a fat dividend. Holy. That's why they fucking dropped. They announced a huge dividend raise. $2.53 a share on a $12 equity, guys. That's a fat payday. Shit. That's crazy. No wonder. Everyone that piled in yesterday for Stoneco's dividend, that's the nature of the beast, right? Down 16%. Don't buy it today, though, because you won't get the dividend. Today's the ex-dividend date, so it's done, but that's a big dividend. Wow. This is one we watch moving forward. I mean, crazy. That's wild. That's a crazy amount because if you buy, if I picked up 1,000 shares, if I bought 1,000 shares, I could make 2,500 just in the dividend payout. That's massive. But again, if everyone did that yesterday, now they're down 16% on their core holdings. So it's not easy. All right, Sammy's still holding positive structure here. What else we got going on? eVTOL stocks are under pressure. Market's still holding steady. Semis are bouncing back. Qs are still at the highs. Too strong for AMD, Nvidia. Nuclear stocks are still under some pressure. What else? Marijuana stocks, they're giving up some of their gains. Rivian's down. Oh, how's Lincoln Electric doing again? LECO. I'm hoping LECO comes back down again. This is and fills this gap. I'd be a buyer back down here. How's Boeing doing again? BA. Wow. Wow. BA's a monster. Should have just held, man. Fuck, we were long off the sub 200, 197. That's crazy. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting Mr. Softy. Starting to roll over here, potentially. IGV, although they're trying to set up maybe an inverted head and shoulders, we'll see. So again, I'm curious to see if SOXX comes down, does some of this capital rotate into IGV because this has the potential for a nice inverse head and shoulders maybe a rotationary trade building. So I would highly suggest you keep your eye on SOXX, because if the semis do come in, and they will, IGV software names might be a little bit of a beneficiary. All right, Corning strong. Oracle's getting clapped. Intel still holding steady. VIX is still down 2%. Disney, that's down 1%. MBLY. And honestly, guys, there's a chance they may close this market at the highs today. There's always that chance. End the week off on a positive note. There's always that chance. You got weakness in oil, weakness in the dollar. VIX is being compressed. So just understand that even though the markets are parabolic, and they likely will, there's always a chance they just close the semis for another record high. But still a massive, massive, huge standard deviation move. And I'm going to remain short. I'm going to remain short. You know what's interesting too is RKLB Rocket Labs. Okay, I've been watching this closely. I love the stock. I'm always looking to get back into Rocket Labs. I've traded quite a few times on the long side. I wouldn't short it, but when the dips come in on Rocket Labs, it's generally a buy. So my point that I'm trying to make with Rocket Labs, I've noticed that whenever Rocket Labs is red, there is a high correlation rate that the S&P 500 closes negative. Very high. So Rocket Labs right now is down 2.47%. And we'll see if the S&P closes red. But high correlation. Whenever Rocket Labs is green, often the S&P follows. Same thing, when Rocket Labs is red, often the S&P follows. So we'll see if that correlation rate plays out today. So far, Rocket Labs is negative, down 2.45%. And S&P is still slightly green. So I'm betting that the SPY will roll over here. Let's see if that correlation rate plays out. Yeah, it's definitely a market leader stock. RKLB. Where would I get long Rocket Labs? Yeah, I would need to see a little bit more pullback. Crude oil still trying to put in a bit of a bearish consolidation pattern on the hourly chart. Intraday, it's maybe getting a little bit of a buy program. I could see it pushing back up to 94, and then we'll see what happens. Daily chart still remains intact. It's trying to hold above its daily 20 moving average for WTI. That's not a bad zone. We'll see if that holds steady. Steady, steady. Convince you not to buy some Boyle down here? All right, let's take a look. Look at this. So don't buy it. This is a... So this, guys, is a very large descending triangle pattern. If you trade off of patterns, statistically, this is about a 70-75% probability of breaking lower. It's a descending triangle. It's a bearish pattern on natural gas, okay? That being said, is natural gas at a long-term accumulation level? I think yes, it can be accumulated. But if you're a stickler for price and you understand that this is a descending triangle pattern. We're on the precipice of breaking here. You hammered off of the support level once, got a bounce, created a lower high. Not looking good to me. I still have this going to 247 and then some. I don't like natural gas here. We did get inventories yesterday. The inventories supported more bearish price action since the build was greater than anticipated, which means that there's less demand. And honestly, guys, I mean, I love trading natural gas. You know, I would usually be a buyer down here, but I'm waiting because there's a huge inflow coming online, guys, from Venezuela and Trinidad. Since Maduro regime was overthrown, the natural gas supply is a lot quicker to turn on than the oil supply. And the natural gas doesn't have to worry about the big heavy crude refineries that the heavy sour oil that they have in Venezuela needs. So I'm telling you that there is a huge, and you can look it up. And one of my tenants is actually from Trinidad, which borders Venezuela, and he told me about this dragon field, and I've mentioned it before. The dragon field, they're looking to produce, what is it, I think a billion BCF, billion cubic feet a day, just out of Trinidad. And the only reason Trinidad hasn't been able to produce that is because the dragon field is owned kind of 50-50 between Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. So Trinidad has been building their natural gas infrastructure well before Venezuela, and basically they're ready to go. They're going to start. They got the permits in place. They're going to start pumping. So I'm still not. I wouldn't short nat gas, but I'm waiting personally. UNG is interesting too because you are into this gap fill. That being said, a lot of people are going to start nibbling here. Symmetrical move still takes UNG down to 956. Sorry, first want to look at AppLovin, APP. Yeah, AppLovin, tricky, eh? Let me just see this. I gotta look at this on my other screen. You know, there's a good chance that here's the dilemma, right? I like software. I think there's a lot of interesting names, but because the market right now is so skewed by these semiconductors, so skewed, that if this starts to correct, and I mean, even a simple backtest of the 7-day moving average for your SOXX is about a 6% decline. And the problem with a 6% decline, even if that takes place, a 6% decline still would keep the semis in a raging bull market. But a 6% decline in your SOXX probably sends your S&P and NASDAQ down at least 3%. So that's my dilemma with the longs right now is although IGV, there's names that are certainly getting a little bit more attractive with the pullbacks, you know, ServiceNow, Oracle CRM. If the indices pull back 2 to 3 to 4% just purely based on semis coming in, all of those software names are not immune. They're going to go likely lower. So that is my concern. But there are a lot of interesting names. I mean, ServiceNow, this is one that's on my radar. CRM, we sold it basically up here at the highs, and now it's retracing. You know, I'm always looking at getting back into Microsoft, but I'm just worried that these semis have got the market so skewed that once they start to come in, it's going to hurt the whole market. It's just, they're too saturated. But they're doing a good job keeping it up here today, that's for sure. Yeah, natural gas is bearish. All right, so market's holding steady, guys. Gold, silver, green. Natural gas down 2.3, crude oil WTI down 1.84, Bitcoin down 0.7, Dow Jones down 0.38, SPY up 0.21, IWM green, Qs are green, Nvidia green, Apple lagging down 0.45, Google has rolled over, slightly negative, Microsoft starting to lose the majority of its gains. It's still green, up 0.42. Amazon's a beast due to Meta buying their chip. Meta right now is up 0.9. Tesla's rolling over. Netflix dying. Again, JP Morgan and financials, that's always a concern to me, guys. XLF has been weak since the whole market opened. Certain healthcare names, Eli Lilly, that's coming in. Wow, Lilly's also another one. I believe I looked at it the other day. Yeah, Lilly, man, this is a nice quality name. It's coming in, man, coming in. Oh, how are some of our staples? McDonald's is getting super interesting too, guys. Keep your eye on MCD. You know, I was looking at this falling wedge pattern, didn't take it because I thought there was more low. Got that initial pop, but it's right back down. Interesting. I'm looking at this longer term MCD channel, and it's coming into a nice little support zone. How's Coca-Cola doing? Yeah, you see, so usually Coca-Cola will break out before McDonald's because Coca-Cola is one of McDonald's biggest suppliers. They often will move in tandem. It's a good barometer. You think about McDonald's, every single meal usually comes with a pop. You know, Coca-Cola owns most of the drinks at McDonald's, and usually Coke will lead McDonald's. So right now you have Coca-Cola pushing here, leading. Obviously earnings is coming up, but generally when Coke does well, McDonald's does really well. So MCD is getting super interesting. Kevin's buying SOXX 500 calls for end of the week. You're an animal. You are an animal. I mean, please be careful. I would not do that. Please don't do that. Oh, SOXX 500 calls. 500 calls. You freaking pulling my chain, Kevin. I didn't realize I was looking at. You're not buying 500 calls. 500 calls is up here. Lunacy, man. Do you mean SOXX 500? Oh, 150 calls. Okay. 150 call. Please don't do that. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. It's gonna run you over. It's gonna run you over. I'm telling you that now. Oh yeah, I was looking at these industrials the other day. Yeah, Honeywell getting smoked. LMT. Oh, look at that decline in the LMT, guys. This one's gonna get a fat bounce. Holy, I wonder if they're gonna announce the war to it. Look at RTX. Oof. Man, these war stocks, generally these pullbacks, guys, coming into the weekly 50. I wonder if they're gonna end the wars. Cool. IWM still consolidating. Plenty about, don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't buy those calls. Don't buy those calls. Remember what happened here? Don't do it. You know, the one positive thing for semis is Nvidia, right? Nvidia isn't as overbought, although it's trading into resistance, it's still flagging. So that's the one aspect that might push semis, but probably the better buy is SMH. But even then, I mean, oh my gosh, like that's just wild. Wild. Yep, semis are gonna roll here, guys. We gonna roll down. Yeah, so I would watch McDonald's, guys. Definitely, definitely gonna be setting up a trade there soon. All right, so here we go. Rocket Labs keeps draining, guys. We'll see if RKLB gives us a negative S&P 500. Here comes SOXL. Here they come. Get into your 0 days. Get into your zeros. The risk to reward for downside is huge. Easy 1000%er if this market starts to roll, but for now they're holding steady. Crude oil is still trying to hold its 20-day moving average. Your US dollar is starting to come in slightly. QQQ possible downside today is 648. So it's about a 10-point drop potential. 648. Upside 660. I don't anticipate us going higher than 660 if they want to push us back to the highs. Plenty of upside. So Cabin is secretly a market maker, telling people to go long while he dumps his bags. All right, Marvell's starting to see a little bit more selling. It is still negative on the session. Intel starting to lose its opening range low. Still absolutely insane up here, up 22.5%. Take a seat here. Market's still holding positive structure. SPY still holding. IGV is almost negative. China stocks are still good. Micron's still up 4%. Nvidia is still up 1.8. Western Digital 0.6. SMCI is still up 7.3%. Interesting. Nvidia, new high of day. Nvidia's a monster right now. Jeez, what the hell was that stick? Look at this, guys. Look at this move on Nvidia. It's a beast right now. Full bull. Full bull. All right, so right now they're keeping SOXX elevated. They're pumping Nvidia. They're selling Intel slightly. They're selling Marvell slightly. Let's look at AMD. Yep, they're selling AMD slightly. Micron's still holding steady. Broadcom's still looking weak. Oracle's struggling. But Nvidia, beast mode. Wow. Par down 10%. Man, oh man, oh man. That's wild. Holy moly, Nvidia's gonna lift this market by itself. Look at that beast. That thing is fully bully. Crazy, man. It's still holding steady. Yeah. Take a 440 put on SOXX. SOXX 440 put 0. Just 10 cons. 10 cons is all I need. So I'm still holding QQQ zeros and SOXX 440. Risk to reward. Nvidia is still trying to squeeze to the top side here. US dollar is still under a little bit of pressure. Markets are pushing. So NVIDIA is trying to get itself to this gap fill, which is around 206.90. On the I pivot. Markets are still holding strong. NVIDIA pumping and jumping. Still pushing. Up 2.5%. Giving that semiconductor another boost. Trying to squeeze those leverage shorts. Squeezing the leverage. Squeezing. Pretty resilient, guys. Pretty resilient. SPY's still trying to push higher. SPY's actually trying to break out of a potential inverted head and shoulders. So a little bit of relative strength trying to creep into the picture here. Apple's still negative, Google's still negative, Netflix, JPM still negative, Amazon still ripping up 1.9, Meta's strong, Tesla's back to the green side, Nvidia's obviously a beast itself, up 2.67, Micron's still trying to push, AMD, monster. AMD's a monster, man. 12.6%. So, Kevin's saying, why am I taking a lotto put downside on SOXX? Because the risk to reward, mean reversion, statistics, this is a huge deviation move from the mean. Eventually, you're going to get that reversal. Small, a lot of contracts can pay about 1,000% if you catch the term right. And more, probably more. You know, just like yesterday. All of a sudden, boom, big drop. Obviously, it was a news little drop. But if you understand, semis cannot keep going up and up and up and up and up over 2 to 3% a day. It's just impossible. But remember, most people get their margin calls. They have to start to cover around 1:30. A lot of people cover in the mornings when they get the notices. Yeah, everything's going to go higher. Everything's going to go higher. But it all has to, again, if you look at what happened 18 days up in a row, it will. Everyone's impatient. Again, margin calls finish around 130, guys. Margin calls finish around 130. Like I said, guys, there's always a chance they keep these markets green at the highs today. I don't expect us to surge higher than what we have. Maybe we get a sweep of the high, but I don't think we're going to go much higher from here in the short term. But you're still getting that margin covering, shorts are covering. And you know what's crazy is yesterday, let me pull it up on this chart. Yeah, that's why it's a small size, right? In Still pushing up 3.6, just filled a major gap, guys, on Nvidia. 206.60, 206.90 gap fill was just hit. Big spot for Nvidia. QQQ going for another high of day push. Right, we're still seeing semis. Nvidia's a beast, up 3.5%. What is Nvidia's market cap right now? It's still off its highs, 5.02 trillion. All right, Nvidia's just crossed the 5 trillion mark again, guys. Crazy, eh? 5 trillion for Nvidia. Beast mode. Beast mode. Beast, 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 beast. Again, money's made on the turn. Big 1,000%ers are made on the turns in the market. Big 1,000%ers are made on the turns. A lot of nervous Nellies. And they could keep this market pinned here until they burn out a lot of zeros, until they get people to close. Because again, a lot of people, what they'll do is they see this parabolic move and they full port into 0 DTEs, and then they just burn them out, and then the final couple of hours they drop the market. But by then, people have sold, trimmed, panicking out of their trade. So, like I said, there's always a risk. Just got our first sell signal on the 15-minute QQQ chart, guys. First sell signal is printing on the QQQ 15-minute chart. So 5 and 15 is now a sell. Hourly still showing strength. 4 hours a sell. Daily's a sell as well. But first little potential intraday sell signal hitting the Qs right now. We'll see how much they want to pin us at the highs here. It's been impressive. SPY now showing a little bit of relative strength. Acting well. Oh shit, I gotta grab a charger. Just give me a sec. But time and time again, we keep seeing these extraordinary moves, guys. We saw it just recently in car, right? Everyone was calling for 1,000. Look what happened to car. Not saying it's going to happen to the semis. It won't happen to the semis. It's totally different. But we saw it in silver too, right? Everyone was saying, oh, silver's never going to stop. It's going to 200. It's going to 300. And then boom, one candle down 30%. So this is the same thing. I'd keep shorten these semis and Qs until we get that turn, because it's going to come. Still seeing the semis showing their strength, flexing quite nicely. We're seeing the US dollar trying to uptick here off of its kind of a double bottom zone intraday. We'll see if it can hold steady. Oil still chopping around. Markets are still trying to grind higher. S&P, QQQ, Nvidia is just a beast right now. Intel's still strong. Lam Research flexing. All right, no more sell signal on the QQQ 15-minute chart. Still got a sell signal on the 5. Qs are still beast mode. Nvidia's just ripping. Squeeze and gamma squeeze. Nvidia's still moving up almost 4% right now. 207.63 on deck. S&P squeezing higher. I was going to be celebrating tonight. Trump's finally off of his back with that DOJ investigation. It's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. S&P's trying to go through a bit of a squeeze here. Nvidia doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Amazon's still strong. Meta's still strong. Tesla's starting to participate. Yeah, a little bit of an uptick. Still sandwiched between your pre-market levels, pre-market high and pre-market low on your SOXX. Up over 4%. Still seeing these markets trying to push higher. Still early. Better take your profits if you're long these semis. Majority of the market, guys, is still struggling immensely. Got communications XLC down 1.79. You wouldn't think that the market has so much sales pressure under it, but communication down 1.8, energy down 0.4, financials down 0.5, industrials down 1.17. It's all the tech squeeze. XLK up 2.36%. And moving. Staples are red, real estate's slightly green, utilities green, healthcare getting slapped today. Consumer discretionary has turned around, and retail XRT under some pressure. All right, a little bit of a 10-minute sell candle hitting Nvidia. It's interesting is Nvidia still hasn't taken out its highs yet. That 212 pivot high. Majority of all the other semis have, so it would require another, what is that, 1.7% move to the upside for Nvidia to test that all-time high. Looks like it's going to do it. Intel now grinding higher. No, I didn't mean buy signal. I meant sell signal in the cues. It's the last 15-minute candle was printing a sell signal and then it changed it, reverted it by closing higher. But the 15-minute candle now is trying to print a sell. That being said, there's still 12 minutes left in the candle, right? You got to wait for these candles to close for the true signal, but it is trying to print a sell right now. Lots of resistance, tapping into a value area high here on QQQ, up 1.4%, but S&P is starting to participate now, so market's still holding structure, still super strong. Getting hungry. And I mean, the sell might not happen today, guys. They might keep us here elevated. There's still strong chance of a sell, but they may keep us pinned elevated until next week. That's why you never want to full port zeros, because you can get blown out. WTI crude trying to hold some hourly chart support. Still carving out a bit of a base here to try to move higher. S&P 500 is still trying to hold steady here. Still holding. Price action is starting to slow down here a little bit. Still grinding. It's a little bit of a melt up. Yeah, Lulu's been decimated, eh? Lulu has been decimated. Crude trying to cross 94 on WTI, perking up just a touch here. WTI crude is trying to perk up. Nvidia is still a monster, pushing for another new high of day, up 4.65%, pushing through that 5 trillion market cap like a hot knife through butter. Wild stuff. Quantum stocks are still getting pooped on. IONQ down another 4.5% today. That is dog shit. Where is IONQ gonna go? IONQ is going back down. Semis are still trying to fight. TXN, guys, was your strongest semi yesterday. It's at the lows today and selling pretty hard here. Interesting. Lam Research is strong. Intel's still a beast. Financials. Financials just keep going lower, keep getting drained. XLF looks like it's going to take out the lows. Hourly chart looking nasty. Mega Cap Tech is still squeezing. Micron still squeezing. Nvidia going for 210. Beast. Well, that UUU is a volatile stock. It's down 6% today. Big moves in both directions. Big moves. All right, there's 6 minutes left in this QQQ 15-minute candle. It's still currently printing a sell, but the candle hasn't closed. Rocket Labs is down 3%. Interesting. SPY's still pushing. Trying to break here. Wells Fargo, DataVolt, BTC. BTC's even struggling here. Interesting to see Bitcoin struggling with this amount of strength in the market, considering you do have the dollar also negative. BTC not holding up. Coming in here. Yeah, Lululemon's trying to eke out a small gain. Still pretty weak though. What stock is close, guys, to a breakout? Um, Starbucks. Starbucks is trying here, and I think Starbucks is trying to consolidate and break out of this nice little cup and handle formation. If it can clear this consolidation zone and hold above this little breakout zone, we got to move to about 120. I'm still holding shares. But Starbucks is not too bad. $11.11. Make a wish. If you're superstitious. Natural gas still softening up here. You wish for your puts to break even. Yeah, yeah. Don't we all? Again, that's why all these zeros they should be sized appropriately, guys. Always size for loss. That's why I can sit through these bigger drawdowns because hey, I heard that before, Cabin. I heard that before. I heard that in car. I heard to not buy puts, and then look what happened to car. So if this market doesn't sell off, come again Monday, I'll do the same thing. I've got an allotment of capital where I'll keep taking the same trade. It's statistics. Eventually, you're going to get a hard reversal. Mean reversion, math, the probability is still massive. That's why if you can, it's tough to play zeros if your portfolio is small, because if you don't get it right once, then you get wiped out, right? Like if you got a $500 portfolio or $1,000 portfolio, and you're putting $500 in a zero DT trade, I mean, you got two chances to be right, and if you're not right, then you're wiped out, and that's what they bank on. That's why I'm trading with several hundred thousand, and I'm putting in $200 here or there. Like my $200 yesterday turned into like 1,500. Boom. All right, today I might lose my 350 or whatever my cons that I paid, but I'm okay with that because I'll trade it again tomorrow or Monday. If Monday doesn't work out, then I'll do Tuesday. And I know eventually I'm going to get the big turn. They're just burning all the small people out. So it's all about sizing. Can you stay solvent? It's like that silver trade. I was about 1,500 deep in puts, 1,500 deep losing. And then when we got that turn, at 30% in one day down, boom, up 15 G's. So net, 1,500 minus my 15, that's 13K, 13.5 that I made. Still super duper strong, holding steady. SOXX still trying to push higher. S&P, a little bit of sell side resistance up here, but it's still holding. All right, what did that QQQ candle? Car's just taking a break. It'll come back. No, car's not coming back up. That's cooked. It's done. Car's not gonna retrace. Car's gonna be a GME 2.0. That's not going back there. Look at the structure of silver. Silver is a rare precious metal. And silver hasn't even taken out the highs yet from that massive decline. Car is not going back to those highs, I would say probably for 20 years. Is it going to get a big bounce? Maybe retest the 20 or even the 7-day? Sure, it could do that. But look at this silver. If silver hasn't even retested the highs, and look how long it's been. I mean, that candle was basically at the start of the year, January. So if we just do a retrace from that massive capitulation or massive blow off high to the low, silver retested 50%, pierced the 50% fib. All right, let's look at CAR. CAR, and again, these are totally different asset class. CAR's not going back up there. For sure. There's bag holders that'll hold that up there for eternity. 50% retrace, maybe back to 500, but I don't think so. CAR's cooked, guys. That stock's done. Yeah, so QQQ did print a 50-minute sell candle there. Sorry, no. The last 15-minute candle still shows a buy, but this next 15-minute candle still trying to print a sell, but again, we have now another 13 minutes. We'll see what happens. So again, guys, they might try to keep this market somewhat pinned. It's all a matter of burning out the margin traders. I was going to talk about this. I wanted to quickly mention this. So we look at this SOXX chart, right? Okay. And if I just turn off all these indicators. So yesterday, look at the volume that SOXX traded yesterday. It was almost double the average volume. We were fairly light volume on this whole float and grind. You had a really big volume surge on this bullish reversal candle down here. But the volume yesterday upticked dramatically. So what that tells me, and this is where people kind of don't understand a lot of volume, but I like to think of volume as two parts. Volume, you get buy side volume, you get sell side volume, but it's always two parts. Whenever there's high volume, it means that you're getting both sides. You're getting buyers and you're getting sellers. When it's light volume, it's mainly just buying. But when it's heavy volume, you're getting buying and selling. So yesterday, you got a ton of volume. Abnormal spike on the SOXX. What that tells me is a lot of people piled in short here, like heavy short. And then today, boom, they gap up. So probably a ton of margin traders piled in short yesterday, trying to pick the top. and now they're getting liquidated on their margin positions. That's what that volume bar is telling me. So they're kind of keeping things pinned here for the time being. I think they're trying to burn a lot of people out, but that's just my observation. This is not sustainable. That's ridiculous. Did car management get anything out of it? Not the management, but the company? I don't believe so. I heard they were trying to do a raise. I think Peter put it at the news article in yesterday. They were trying to do a a debt offering to maybe upgrade their fleet or something, or add extra units, extra cars. But honestly, I think they missed the boat. They should have been announcing an offering when it was like above 700. And now it's probably too late. I mean, the stock is still up from where it was, but they could have made a killing. For sure they could have made a killing. Just a touch. Rock, is this true? Yeah. Oh, look at this. Cabin saying oil still in backwardation. Futures prices for contracts going out into the end of year are all much lower. Yeah, oil's an interesting one. I still think the market's kind of underestimating it, but oh, that's right. Still a big level. I mean, 6 days, guys. The probabilities are going to swing here. If we get another monthly higher close above this pivot, things get a little bit dicey again. You can see price action just sitting right on this previous pivot high for US oil. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. We'll see which way it wants to go. All right, SPY's starting to squeeze now. SPY. Pushing. Struggling immensely. Microsoft pushing back up. Amazon ripping. Nvidia is still strong, but pulling back here over the last 20 minutes. QQQ up 1.5%. IWM still lagging, but green. SPY still green. Dow still lagging. Bitcoin lagging. Crude oil still lagging. Rock not down. Still waiting on this 15-minute QQQ candle. It's trying to print a sell, but candle hasn't closed. 4 minutes left. Crude oil still holding above 94 WTI. It's trying. Nvidia, AMD seeing a little bit of a pullback. Marvell seeing another little pullback. Marvell's still sitting on its pre-market high. If it loses that, it should have a quick flush down to pre-market low, which is around that 157 Pierce zone. 11:30. 11:30. Maybe the margin's coming to an end. What is the biggest brokerage in the world? What is the biggest trading brokerage? What's the biggest retail trading platform? Is it Robinhood? So as of 2026, Charles Schwab and Vanguard are the largest brokerages in the world. Okay. Fidelity. I wonder what the largest retail brokerage is. Let's take a peek. Does anyone use Robinhood as a trading brokerage? Anyone on Hood? And does anyone have a margin account on Hood? I'm just curious as to, oh, you can't day trade on Vanguard? I'm on Webull and Fidelity. Okay, cool. I'm just wondering, like, I'm trying to figure out what Robinhood's margin call time is. Like, if you have a margin call and you need to top up your buying power, increase your buying power, or cover shorts, or whatever, or sell positions, I'm just wondering what their cutoff time is. If anyone's ever been margin called. Happens on AOL and E-Trade, okay. Polymom saying put $500 in Hood just to help a friend out. You don't find it easy to use? Hmm, interesting. Net zero dollar. Yeah, I still call my broker to execute all my day trades. So I've got my phone here constantly on speed dial, and I say, all right, I want to buy Nvidia at this price. Short it. Yes, Jeeves. That's pretty funny. We're gonna take a nice dip again, back below 94, down 1.95. Natural gas down about 3%. QQQ still trying to push higher. Gonna have to go grab some lunch very soon here. SPY still trying to squeeze. Yeah, this looks like forced covering. Shorts here. Forced covering. SPY's pre-market high, guys, is still around 713-ish. 713. Financials are still struggling. XLF, man. Mega cap tech still trying to squeeze to the top side. Where is Micron? AMD still up 3.8%. Excuse me. Let's go. See if we're gonna get the sell. We got Intel starting to curl down, Marvell starting to curl down a little bit. Nvidia is still a beast. AMD is still holding. Markets are still pinned. Splits. Meta's trying to push now. Amazon's still strong. Nvidia going for another new high of day. What are you gonna do up here? What are you going to do? Aviz is saying, I think Nvidia will pull back a little and then I'll re-entry for next week. The Iran war is an issue, but expiration dates to end of May 215 calls. Yeah, honestly, guys, it does look like Nvidia is going to try to take out its highs. It would make sense for Nvidia to take out its all-time high. Um, Considering that all your semiconductors, your leaders, your AMDs, your Microns, your Broadcoms, they've all taken out their all-time highs, so it's not that far away. And usually the stronger stocks fall last. So Nvidia, I mean, not that far. It's about just over 1% away from its 212 high. So I would give it the benefit of the doubt. But, and maybe it does it today. I mean, stranger things have happened. Nvidia is certainly squeezing people out. But we'll see. That'd be crazy if Nvidia doesn't take out its high. Because then that could be one potential failed breakout or a lower high in place, but you would favor it. Iran war's not over. Iran war's not over. There's going to be more bombings. Yeah, we've had it's day, what is it, 24, so it's what is it, day 54 of the war? Like I said, we've had about 200 ceasefires. If the war was over, crude oil would be falling back below that midnight hammer high. This is the level crude needs to fall back below. Then you can declare the war over. But crude oil is setting up an inverse head and shoulders on the daily here. A bigger one. It triggered a mini one. Now you got an even bigger one here. And if this starts to break up here, takes us to that symmetrical move zone. So I think that the tensions are going to be. No, war's not going to be over. The states like the war. They want the instability in the Middle East, Europe, because it makes people more dependent on them. The war is not over. There's going to be an escalation. Israel's going to fuck things up. Bibi's going to bomb. Most of the world has declared Bibi Netanyahu a war criminal. And basically, the only reason he's still in power as the president is because they're kind of have their own emergency act or war powers. So if the war ends and the people overthrow Bibi in Israel, he technically could get extradited, arrested. But that's why he's kind of got his finger on the trigger all the time, trying to fight. No, the war's not over. Is the market climbing the wall of worry regarding the war? Yeah, I think so. But crude oil at 93, telling you the war's not over. Nice. I was saying sold as NVTS at 13, got them at 8. Beautiful. Nice trade. What is that, like 60% gain there? 60, 65%? Nice. Netflix is still looking intriguing to me. Just been letting this one digest that earnings print, but it's super intriguing to me, Netflix. I think volume starting to thin out here. So I think it's getting into this accumulation zone. And this is a nice level here because technically if you get a daily or weekly close below this pivot, you could stop out because then you could go to gap window. I mean, this gap fill, what is this? If you were to fall, it's about a 6% move down. But yeah, Netflix is intriguing me. Just been trying to be patient with it. What is NVTS at now? Do I even want to look? Oh my, yeah, it went all the way to 19 and change, almost 20. Yeah, that's crazy, wild. Wild stuff. Yeah. You know what? You made money, right? It's always tough. It's always tough. I left, you know how much money I left on the table for car? It was ridiculous. I had 375 puts that went in the money. I had 500 puts that just paid. I mean, I left so much money. At the end of the day, it's always tough watching you leave profits on the table, but that's just the nature of the beast. If you made money, that's still a win. It's still a win. And that's the key, right? The psychology game of trading and investing, right? Position sizing. The reason why we sell sometimes too early is because the size of our position is too big. It's always tough to hold a much bigger position because you don't want to see those gains go, but that's why runners are nice, right? If you make 100% on the trade, you pull out your original investment, leave runners. That's a nice kind of a simple, and even then it's still hard. We all sell. I sell. I've sold so early on so many positions. So many positions. Spike on the market here, guys. Crude oil dumping. Probably another headline here by Trump and the admin. Big pump. Big squeeze to pre-market high. Crude oil dumping. I guess the war's over again. Big squeeze on SPY, guys. This is a shortable pop here. Wild. Big squeeze. Big pump. Crazy. There's going to be a news headline that comes out. It's definitely regarding the war as crude oil is starting to dump here. Iran is wanting to convey considerations to end their war. Iran's foreign minister. So Iran's foreign minister wanting to end the war. This is the 200th time trying to end the war. So crude oil took a nice dump. S&P reacted. Big push. Yeah, VIX is being crushed for sure. VIX is being crushed. Final news candle in a parabolic market to really shake people out. It ain't over. Yeah, they'll reverse it. So Trump sending Witkoff and Kushner to Pakistan for talks with the Iranian for we've seen all these headlines, they're algo driven. They don't want people shorting, and they know they can stop people out with these headlines. But yeah, nice dump on crude, down 3.5%. Cabin has insider info. War ain't over. We've seen this. The war's over until it isn't. Still have a structural deficit problem with crude. Markets ripping. Still trying to squeeze to the top side. Semiconductors are trying to push through pre-market highs. Same thing with SPY. Still trying. And that gas just melting. That thing is dead right now. Let that go lower. S&P still trying to push here. They're really putting pressure on the shorts here. That's crazy. It is a wild, wild day. It's crazy. You know Trump is freaking so this little inverse head and shoulders on SPY, upside potential is 717. I'd be shocked if it tried to play out today, but you never know. It's gonna try to make attempt. SOXX is going for another new high of day as well. SOXX. AMD up only 15%. New highs. Wild, wild pump, man. That is crazy. SOXX new high of day. QQQ still trying to squeeze. Doing 12 o'clock lunch hour here very shortly, guys. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit of selling, but AMD is still pushing. Intel curling down, Marvell curling slightly down. SPY still fighting that pre-market high. Same thing with SOXX. Market still looks a-okay intraday. Probably going to grab some lunch shortly here. And we'll see if we get... Some weakness hitting the semis again, guys. During that pop, Intel didn't really participate. Marvell didn't participate. AMD participating, pushing still. NVIDIA still looking strong. Micron didn't participate in that pop. That one's starting to drain a little bit. S&P still looking pretty strong. Oh, pretty funny. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab something to eat here. SPY so far, a little bit of selling off the pre-market high, but so far market's still remaining a-okay. We'll see if that was a little bit of a blow-off move, liquidity sweep, stopping out shorts. Crude oil is trying to bounce yet again off of that dip. We are seeing Nvidia curling slightly lower. So we'll see if we get a harder sell here. Basically back to double top on SOXX, still super, super extended. Volume is pretty thick today again. The 4-hour candle so far on SOXX is above average volume. So we're still seeing those volume trends increase, which is what you need to put in tops and bottoms. You need those higher volume candles. These little trading candles down here doesn't signify. But yesterday, and then if we get a high volume today, you start to get quite a bit more volume. So yeah, it does look like SPY is halted here. Crazy.